All right, can you hear me now? All right, can you hear me now? All right. Hmm. All right. So I just wanted to play around, do a live stream, and I think you're probably the only one in here at the moment, Zero. So, um, yeah, I just wanted to play around with some 3D modeling stuff and figured I would do it on a live stream in case anybody wanted to see. Um, Switch my scene here. So what I'm going to be playing with right now is I have my ledger where I've taken off the little clasp around it to get some measurements, and I'm going to just design up a little case for it. Play around with some ideas that I have. So we'll start out with a new sketch. We can take a measurement here. So this is 18.65 millimeters. So we'll do a rectangle. 18.65. Oops. Messed that up. Didn't want to push enter. Okay. Now we need to get the length of it. And not sure how many people even know this, but the ledger is 69.82 millimeters long. And then on the ends of these, it is rounded. I have a little tool here to help me determine what radius they use on there. And it appears to be a 2 millimeter radius. Hey, Monty, how's it going? So I will round these all off. A match. Oops. At 2 millimeters. So get that down. I'm going to hit finish sketch for a minute. And we are going to extrude this into Z-axis. And doing well. The ledger is dropped onto my desk. 9.1 millimeters tall. So 9.1. We have our rough shape here now. It looks like these corners here are rounded slightly as well. I can use my little tool again. The rounding on that is smaller than 1 millimeter. So very, very small. But we can go ahead and just put like a half mil. Oops. A half mil chamfer on there, just to round it off slightly. So that is the rough outline of the ledger itself. And we are going to rename this to ledger body. Technically, this has the slightest of angle on it here, so the bottom square isn't as big as the top, but in making a case, that isn't really going to matter too much. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. Actually, what I do want to do, in case I ever want to go back and change that, I'm going to do this chamfer or rounded corner here. I guess it's called a fillet. I'm going to do that top one separate from the bottom because it gives me these points down here that I can go back to and edit. And so I may want to edit this one separate from the top if I ever want to change this to where it actually matches the real life ledger a little bit. But like I said, I don't think it's going to matter, but just in case, I'm going to do them separate. It gives me these where I can go back and edit them. Even if I've done a ton of different movements here, I'll be able to go back and edit without Control-Zing through a bunch of stuff and starting over. So now what we can do is we can turn this off for a second and turn our sketch back on and edit that sketch. Yep, yeah, I'm just kind of drawing out the body of the Nano X at the moment. I've taken the little band clip off of it, if you will, and just getting measurements of the actual body itself. So right now we're going to go ahead and get our buttons drawn in. And to do that, we are going to do a circle. And the cool thing about designing the sketch is it doesn't really matter where we put it. We can adjust that in a second. So what I'm going to do is take a measurement of how big that is. And it looks like the top of that button is 9.6 mil. So that at 9.6. I'm assuming the hole that it comes through is smaller, but it doesn't really matter so much. And then we need to know how far from that edge that button is, or the center of that button is. So this is basically, we're just going through my design process for pencil in for one. Yeah, right now I'm just starting with getting the body down. I have this concept in my head at the moment that I'm not sure if I'll do it yet or not, but my thought is that this case would remove the metal band here in lieu of this case, and this little band, when it's closed over the ledger, prevents the power button from being hit and being turned on inadvertently. So my design would need to kind of take that into account. So my thought is making something that kind of pulls open to reveal the button, and then having like a spring, like a printed spring basically in here to where it locks in that open position until you press it down and slide it shut again. Not sure the feasibility behind that, and that's kind of where I just decided I'm going to start with the actual ledger and try designing around that, because otherwise with the little band that's on here, it makes it very difficult to design a case around the whole thing. So just kind of playing around with the ideas of all that. So yeah, so we're going to go back to finding the center of this this first button here, and it looks like it's at about about 9 mil from the end, the center. So we will go like this. From this end to the center is 9 millimeters. And there's some things I just don't know how to do in here. Like if I want the center of this button to line up with the middle of this line. I don't know how to do that. So the only way I know how to do that is I know this is 18.65. So we would divide 18.65 by 2. And that's 9325. So now I would just go here and 9.325. Now that's centered. This isn't the best way of doing it. Having it actually centered to that would be the better way, because if for whatever reason I came in and went, oh yeah, you know what? This measurement was wrong. This should have been 20. Now this button's not in center anymore. It's exactly 9.32 mil from that end. So not the best way of doing it, but I'm still learning. So for now, this will work for what I need. I know I'm not going to change this, and this will be centered. And if I ever want to kind of give myself a reference point in case it did change, I can create just a driven measurement here, to where if that were to change now, then visually I would see that this measurement isn't equal to this one anymore. But again, not something I'm too worried about, because I'm not gonna change those things. But yeah, so we got that first button. We can do the same for the second one. And it appears to be about 9.5 millimeters. We'll do 9.6 as well, because that's probably the same. It's not prone, it's not sticking out like the other one was for me to actually get around it, so I'm kind of just eyeballing it. So the fact that it's 9.5 and that one was 9.6, it's probably 9.6. And we'll measure from the center, and it looks like about 9 mil as well. Makes sense. Mil, and then because it's all the same, this measurement will also be 9.325. And sit up there where it looks better. Okay. Cool. And then for giggles, we can go ahead and put a rectangle in for the screen. This is going to be even harder because it's that kind of transparent. There's no way to make the whole screen white that I know of. But it appears to be about 28 mil. And about 13.5 mil tall. All right. And then we can do some simple math here. We know that it's centered in the top to bottom. So we can pull the calculator and do 18.65 minus 13.5 divided by 2. So now we know that space needs to be 2.575 on the top. And we can create a driven one just to confirm that we got everything right and the bottom one matches. 2575, so that's good. So it'll be the same thing in the vertical axis here, 69.82. Where'd our calculator go? 0.82. And we're going to minus 28. And divide by 2. 20.9. 1. And we'll create a driven one here. 0.91 as well. Oh, that looks good. Go ahead and hit finish on the sketch. Bring the body back in. And now we've got that. We can select it. Yeah, come on. So we're going to change this from cut to join. And we are going to measure how far this button sticks out. About 1 point. Make sure I don't push it down at all. 1.25. So we know from the bottom to the top is 9.1. So we need to add 1.25 to that. So it will be 10.3. That gives us that button. And this button is pretty much flush with it, but just so we can see the feature itself, we will pull that one. Like half a mil above. Again, we'll set it to join. Excuse me. All right. So that's I think I actually have it upside down. This right one's supposed to be the tall one. That one's supposed to be the short one. We'll raise this one up to the same height as that one. And then we'll bring that one down. Um, 1.25. When you go back up, 0.6. It's going to be 0.65. Did my math right? 0.6. Nope, I was off by a little bit. That's all right. Just minus 1. There we go. So now that should match essentially what the ledger is physically. And now we can start designing a case around it. So I'm going to turn that off for a minute. And we are going to go back into this. Why this is going off screen. Edit the sketch. And we are going to do a couple of things. One thing I like to do is give a little bit of tolerance. I don't like the case to be exactly the same as the device, because it will potentially bulge away from it if it's not exact. So we'll start out with just a little space And we'll do, doesn't have to be anything big. We'll do something like 0.1 all the way around. Actually, we'll do 0.25. That'll give us a tiny little space all the way around. And then we want to do another one. We want to take into account that 0.25 space. And we want, I usually do about a 2 mil thickness. So we'll go 2.25. So that should give us 2 mil thickness or whatever we're going to put around it. And for now, we can just hit finish sketch. And we can select the push-pull tool or the extrusion tool. And we can extrude. We know that this is 9.1 millimeters. I can show it for a second to select it and get the height. But we'll again want to come 2 mil above that for the bumper on the top, similar to how I did for the safe pal is, where it comes up above the surface, 2 mils. So we will go to 11.1. So right now we're just kind of getting a basic, like if I was going to print the same kind of rubberized case for it, I can always split it in half and toy with some other ideas after the fact. For the bottom, since we don't want an open bottom and we want it to be about 2 mils as well, we will select all of these objects in the bottom here, so that we have now a solid, and we will pull it down 2 mil. Oh, dang it. I did that wrong. Forget that even when you pull down, you have to type -2. You're typing in a number. And now it looks weird with the lines, but if I turn off the drawing, you can see it's all one body. So that's good. Now we can turn this off for just a second. And we now need to decide how far in we want that lip to cross. If we do a lip on it, how far in we want it to cross in. Because it looks like it's actually pretty short distance till it hits that that screen, like you can see in the picture there. So just make sure that if I do a 2 mil, I think 2 mil is what I usually do. I only did 3.25. Actually, rather than trying to measure it, I could just look at my drawing over here. So this is the safe pal drawing that I did. And I can actually just go into edit the sketch and we can just see. Yeah, it looks like about a 2 mil overhang as well. And to confirm, we can turn. Oh, I can't do it. All right. All right. We'll go back. Looks like about 2 mil from that edge there. Or actually, it can be the actual edge of the unit. It doesn't really matter here. Need to go back to edit though. And that original line. Or actually, we don't need to mix these buttons up all the time. This one again, and we can go in -2. That should be clear of the screen. Going in so far that it's taking the rounded corner off, so we'll have to play with that. Okay for now. We should be what, 1465? And make sure when you click these buttons we don't have anything selected. So now we can just kind of play with what these are doing. That looks 3.5 looks like it would actually line up okay, but this looks really long here. That's just an optical. This one. No. We can always change this, so we'll just hit enter here. Well, let's put it to, let's see what it looks like at 2. Yeah, we'll put it at 2 for now. Always change that. We'll hit finish sketch. And that back on. And now what we want to do is select that. And we are going to pull it up. Select that. And that. Pull those up to here. And maybe do that same thing again to subtract it away. And we won't come all the way up. We will believe we want to be right on the top surface of that guy. 9.1. So if it were a rubber case we were going for, that would essentially be the basis of it. For some reason I feel like this 2.5 or 2 mil high is too high. Yeah, this looks way too tall. I mean, we're gonna eventually go like this. But it still feels too tall to begin with. So fine, we can just go like this and bring it down as far as we like. We bring it down 1 mil for now. 1. $1.5 mil. Let's see what 2 mil looks like. And then we can do the same on the bottom. 2 mil there. Now, one thing we haven't done yet on the model, turn this case off for a second, is on the side with the short button is the USB port for charging or connecting to the computer. So any case we would design around this thing, we would want we'd want that hole to be accessible. So now that I'm looking at that, that makes the idea of something that slides hard to do, because any base that we have here would be sliding with it, and that's where the charging port is. And so it would have to slide around. Excuse me. It would have to slide around the charging cable part here as well. So anything we design would have to have that in mind, so it can slide past the past that. So we might have to bring that into it if we do that. So for now, what I want to do is design the charge port here. So we're going to do a new sketch on the surface here, and we need a rectangle, and this is going to be, I think what I'll actually do for the measurement of the hole is I'll just measure the actual USB-C part here, and we've got 8.25. And 2.4. That will need to go. This is where measurements get a little bit tricky because I'm drawing on this face. See if this works. Because it has this rounded edge, it's kind of tricky to measure from the edge to port. So I'm going to just use a flat edge and my post on the end of my calipers here to measure where the USB-C port comes to. Technically should be centered in there, I would assume. Oh. 4.75 mil. Yep, okay. Centered. So we can kind of go back to the same concept of, we know that this it won't let me measure from one to the other. $18.75 it looks. So maybe measure it wrong. That's all right. We'll stick with it. Yeah, 18.65. So we'll bring up a calculator again. Oops. 18.65 minus 8.25, then divided by 2, so 5.2. And it does not appear to be centered top to bottom, so we'll just measure. And I got 1.75 off of the bottom. All right. And then USB-C cable is rounded, so hey Londart, how's it going, man? This looks like it is a 1 mil. So we will select our rounded corner tool again. And it might actually be a little bit bigger, 1.25. Interesting. 1.2 looks like there's still a flat spot. I'm going to do these individually. Sometimes when you do them together, they don't come out right. 1.2. Yeah, 1.2 is, see, it's too much. Maybe it is 1. It's just acting weird. I'll see, 1 is, there's still a big flat spot. I could just be being way OCD about something that doesn't really matter too much. But let's see. It's 2.4, then it would be 1.2. It would have to be 1.2. That would put it to the center. Wonder why it's doing that. Oh, see there it went fine. Maybe I did it wrong. Maybe I did 1.25 and I was just being dumb. There we go. That looks right. And we can go ahead and finish that sketch and see how far that goes in. There. .5. And now we can minus 5. There we go. Now we have the actual USB port hole in it. Am I having a good day? Yeah. Are you having a good day? Who doesn't like a good porthole, right? Now, turn our little case back on. And, oops. Oh wait, no, that's what I want to. And then we can turn that sketch back on. And we know that we need this to fit through it. So we'll take some measurements of it, and it is 6.15 by 10.45. I'm curious if we Go and edit this sketch. Do one of these. Get the right measurement. No, I don't think so. It's not proportional. Dang it. All right. So rather than doing it that way, we can just do a rectangle. Got the measurements 1045. And 615. Right? And we want that to be centered. So that one was 2.4. So 6.15 minus 2.4 divided by 2 is 1875. Appears as though that will take it below the bottom surface. Is that true? Stick out below when it's plugged. Close, but white. Interesting. Wonder why. That's right. We'll keep getting it centered here and see what it looks like in a second. So we need to redraw this measurement because when I did the corners, it got rid of it. .25. All right. Oh, it is still there. I didn't see it. It's way up here. Whatever. We can leave it. Bring our calculator back up. And this one was 1045 minus 825. It was 1.1. And yeah, sometimes it doesn't like to do things like that. So you do that. Try it from here. Nope. Oh, because that one was still in there. Gosh dang it. That was messing things up. Nope. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Makes it a pain in the butt. I did see the video, Londart. I didn't watch it though. I got busy. Can't wait for the Ledger Stacks. Yeah, I mean, I would like to get one to especially be able to design some cases for it and stuff, but the price tag, man. I didn't see you sent a second video though, Lon. Did you send a second one? Oh, the 3D printed stuff? Yeah, I did watch that first one. Now I gotta figure out why it won't let me. Hmm. See, the blue lines are basically saying that they're not anchored to anything. And I'm not sure why when I make the corners rounded it does that. And I don't know how to anchor it back in to where it stays. But locking that line in might help. Oops. I get rid of this thing first. Then I'll lock that back in. Okay. Let's see if that works. Oh, here's everything up. I don't know why it does. Freaking pain in the butt. If I knew more about this, I wouldn't be probably as big of a deal. Probably easy ways to do it. I'm actually 3D printing right now. In fact, which cameras? I have a camera showing on it. Should be. That's what I got printing at the moment. On one printer. The other printer is printing parts for a game that I've been working on. All right. Now, what is... You'll send the photos of the measurements. See, the problem is a lot of it is subject to like interpretation, like some of these holes and stuff. So, I mean, I might just buy one just to be able to make um just to be able to make a case for it, but we'll see. It depends. Is it on pre-order at the moment? Seven five. So we do have it centered that way, so that's good. We could maybe do it like this. We know that this is a 1.2 mil radius, so that means from here to here is 1.2. So we could go here to here, and we wanted 1.1, but we need to add 1.2, so 1.2.3. Nope, still messes it up. Oh my gosh. I don't understand. I wish I knew more. Program. can't do it from this end because it looks not looking at the side of the thing. I don't know how to get these spaces right. Yeah, see there it wants to say I can't make it. It still messes it up, even if it's a driven. Great. Is that why? Because I had that one in there still. Let me see. Yeah. Freaking hell. Still moves that. Alright. Screw it. I'm just gonna do it the easy way, I guess. I might have there. Alright. Okay, we'll just do it the easy way. We know it needs to be at least, make it slightly larger, I guess. Be 0.15 at least, so 6.2 wouldn't hurt, 6.5 wouldn't hurt. We can try 6.5. So we know we want it to be 6.5 mil. It was 2.4 mil. So what is 6.5 minus 2.4 is 2.7. And then because we're going both sides, we need to divide that by 2. So 1.36, we can say 1.36. And 1.35 might work. So minus 1.35. See what that does. As far as I can tell, it's not the bottom there, so that's a good sign. Let's measure what that is. 5.1. Doesn't sound right. Messed something up, I guess. Yeah. I lost a mail somewhere. Again. That should be 0. I wonder if I can click. No, no. Okay. We're coming off of this point. 2.4. We want 6.5. Oh, I think because I subtracted, I was dumb. So I just need to divide that by 2. 205 minus 2.05. Now that looks like it's going to go into the bottom of the case. Sanity check, let's see. 6.5, yeah, okay. So finish up the sketch there. Yeah, see? That doesn't make sense because when this is plugged in, it's actually a little bit below the bottom of the ledger itself there. So I get the sketch wrong. Here. Oh. Just because of the bottom there. That should still. It's coming down into the case instead of. Maybe I have the position wrong. And oops, that one. Good point. Not right. That should be more like 3.5. Let's go back. Edit that sketch. I went to the bottom end at 1.75. All right, we'll just play this 3.5. Minus 1.2, 2.3. We'll change this to 2.3. God damn it. I hate this. I have to go all the way back to where I made it. This goes back to the problems of wish I could figure out why it does that. Because when I do the first one, it stays black, so it stays locked in. And even do this one, stays that way. Do that one. Now everything turns blue. Oops. I don't know why it does it. It's a pain in the butt. What I'll do is while I'm here, I'll just do that same. .3, is that what we said it needed to be? minus 2.3. Yeah, that looks right. Looks like it lines up pretty much perfect with the bottom. All right. So we'll go finish sketch. And then pull that back in, the minus 5.5. Okay, that gives that accuracy. And then we'll turn that sketch back on. And now we'll select all of that. Pull that through to there. Now we can turn that sketch off. Looks happy there. Now to make it rounded like everything else, we can go this. Nope, can't do 1. 0.75. Looks good enough. And then we can also do it on the inside, or we could leave that like that. And I think I'm going to just leave it like that. I think that's good. Say okay. So now we've got essentially something we could print to be the a rubberized one, similar to the other, but no features or anything on it, just a plain case. About had a heart attack when I saw the picture, but I got FOMO. Or when you saw the price. Yeah. Hold your ApeCoin to buy it. How's ApeCoin been lately? Last I saw it was not great from where it started. $2 mil here might actually be a little too far. Actually 2.25. I might drop that back a little, at least the 0.25. So to do that, we'll turn this off for a second, turn this back on, go in and edit that sketch. It is this one here. No, not that one, sorry. Where's that one? Where's the measurement? What am I missing here? Where's my should be somewhere here, a line with a measurement on it saying how far that is, like this one here. And that one there. Don't see it though. How did I do? Okay. Very well could, huh? Oh, I know why. I didn't, I didn't do that by, coming off of that, did I? Or I did, but then I did these. That's gonna be what it was. Shoot. Okay, interesting. So, I'll just try a new one, I guess. Minus 1.5. Actually, just get rid of this one. But I think that will make this messed up. Yeah. Now it's like a completely enclosed. That's funny. All right. That's all right. That's easy to fix. All we got to do is turn that sketch back on and turn that off for a second. Select this and that. Turn that back on. Oh, okay, we need to select more than just that, actually. We need to select all of this. Then turn that back on. And instead of coming to the top there, we need to come to there. And we want to cut. That'll get rid of everything. What are you talking about? Okay, I guess we gotta come all the way to the top for now. Yeah, we might need to turn. We're gonna set this really low to like 0.1 for a second. And now we can select those and pull them. Oops. Yeah. Gotta select the pull tool. There. Okay, turn that off for a second so we can select them once more. And turn it back on. And we want to then pull there to erase inside. All right. Now we can go back to this one. Set it back to 2. Actually, what I might do is I think we can just delete that and redo it. Because we can select that and do it to all of it at once. Want 2, or do we want less than 2.75? Put it at 2. And then we can turn that back off. Gives us an idea of the overall shape of it at the moment. And we can turn that back on. The only downside to this kind of a case would be that you're not covering this power button up in any way to prevent it from being hit when you're taking the metal band off. Matt, what is up? Thank you. There'd be a top on the end with the raised button. What do you mean a top? With the whole, oh, so like coming over it here? I mean, I technically could. It just would get really hard to get it to fit into it, especially even rubberized. Yeah, it might look kind of odd. Yeah, you gotta like the cap, right, Matt? Yeah, so again, so my original idea was having something that would slide apart to reveal the button. But this should essentially fit the Ledger Nano X without any issues. I just don't like it. I wouldn't use it because you could hit the button with it in your pocket and turn it on. So if I'm gonna make it something that people would actually want to use, I would have to come up with a similar concept that they have to cover up that power button so it doesn't turn on in your pocket. We can check on the printer behind me here. See how it's going. Got a little booger. Had a little booger melted into the plastic there. Yeah, for me, Mr. Pints, it's more not about protecting the button, because I don't know that the button needs to be protected, especially because this surface here, it rises up to essentially almost the exact same height. So it shouldn't be like getting smashed in or anything. My concern is the power button over here. And yeah, it is recessed quite a bit with this bumper coming out here. But you know, if you have anything else in your pocket, like keys or whatever, it's going to potentially push your power button and turn it on. And I think that's the biggest thing is you just don't want your Ledger turning on in your pocket and dying. So, I mean, I could do something simple like having a sleeve that the whole thing slides into, but then now it's like a 2-part case that you would have to pull the whole thing out of to be able to use. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good way, especially because anything it slid into would hmm. Yeah, I don't know. What would be a good way to do this? I'm trying to think. And then now, like with this made, we could get creative with the with the bottom and putting logos, and can only see the printer. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to switch back. Not bad. What I was saying is from this point here, you can see the button is barely higher than it, and the power button is below. There's quite a delay. I don't think I have that programmed in. I think that's just the natural delay. Anyhow, yeah. Like I said, my concern is just keeping this from getting inadvertently turned on while in your pocket. Yeah, I mean, their solution that they have with the little metal band is great and all, but it makes it very hard to personalize without like actually utilizing that metal band as your personalization. So that's why my concept would be to remove it, but then to remove it, you gotta kind of bake in the same protections they have to prevent it from getting turned on accident. So, like I said, the kind of the thought I was like kind of tossing around right now, um, was would kind of like be coming in here and doing kind of just arbitrary at the moment. Have that be 2 mil. 2 mil. 2 mil. 2 mil. Round those corners down as well. This would be where that button sticking out would be a little bit of an issue though. That should be fixable by changing how high that extruded up. I think I'd have to finish my sketch out here. Yeah, we'll finish it out. Why not? Where is my original? Is it? Nope, that was the bottom. And right. Might not be something I can change now because of this chamfer here. I can delete that. Didn't like it there. That's all right. So essentially what I could do is before doing that, I could just drag this up to be as tall as that button, which would only be adding, I don't even know what, 0.25. Yeah, we can do that. Why not? Now we can put that fillet back on. 2 mil. And we can go back into here. Delete that. And come on. There we go. Actually give us the same thing. Is that one still there? Rid of that thing. Kick me off. Whatever. I don't think I have anything tied to it anymore. I'll just finish it. Whatever. Alright, so essentially what that would be, yes, just a protect button, can only see the printer. Yep, change that. Ledger is awkward. Oh, geez, I'm rereading stuff. Let it slide in front, or in from the charger end. And just have holes for the screen buttons. And the power button would at least be below the surface. I mean, it's already kind of below the surface. I'll show you what my thought kind of is right now. Essentially, we can just take this. Funny is I didn't even need to. You know what? I'm going to redo this whole thing. Let's delete that sketch. Delete. Yeah, we don't even need that sketch. I can start over. A new sketch here. A rectangle. And two. And 2. We don't even need to round these off. For what my thought is, we can turn these off for a second. Select all that. Turn these back on to just that one. And to there. And we don't really want to do that. And then, so right now this is the exact width, which we want to go 2 mil past. So instead of minus 74, it'll be minus 76. And then this end needs to come out 2 mil. Now we can turn those back on. Select this. And the target body, whoops, we want to select that, then turn it off. And then tool bodies will be those. We will keep them. Okay. Now if we inspect what this looks like on the inside, oops, using this guy. See, now it's got the perfect cutout of the actual part that would sit in there. No, you're fine. I toss out ideas. Definitely not trying to shoot anything down. This is like right now. This is just me kind of spitballing, anyways. This would basically just be a case that the whole case slides into at this point, really. Just toying around with different ideas. So. The heck? Go here. Come on. This go. Got all surfaces. Go 2 mil. See what that looks like. Oh, that's funny. It's got that apart from the case in there, or the space in between the case and the ledgers in there. Kind of funny. All right, though, we can get rid of that. Look at that from up. That's why it's there. It's like connected right there still. That's all right. We get rid of all that anyway. Right now, this is like a perfect no tolerance kind of a thing. So like here, we would. Now it's split it into multiple bodies. Good, because we can go like this. Delete. Oh, dang it. No, I forgot. You can't do delete. You have to do remove. That should give us a more we got like the buttons in there and everything, so that's funny. Might change that radius. $5 mil. what I would do in here is we wouldn't want that to be the way that it is. So that can be something easily done by with a push-pull. Working inside of this is kind of a pain. Can't get an angle where I can actually see that surface to click on it. Oh, there. And there's still the radius there, or the fillet coming down. Could be able to get rid of, whoops. Be able to get rid of that by going like. I don't know how to select that one. Like, let's see if this will even work anyways. Yeah, looks like that would do what I want it to do. I think there's a better way to do that. Even tell what's happening. And I guess. Yeah, there's something here that's weird. Go like this. I'm sure this is like boring. Okay. Essentially what I want is, let me see something. Turn that off and on, okay. Essentially I need a plane here. Think about the best way to do this. Hmm. That's not what I want either. That's kind of funny though. Eventually I'm going to find the right one that I want. That plane. I want this plane to be here. See what I think. Okay. And what we're going to do is put this body on this plane. Oh, let me do that. Oh, body. That one. Okay. It left it. Yeah, that should work. And then I want to join these two together. Back into one. There we go. So that essentially gives us the hollowed out without the buttons, like an exact mold of it. Now we can come in and place it from the side. Pretty good. Turn that one back on and see that again. The one thing here is it is still snug right up to that let's see. LDA, thanks for the reminder. I'm here for, no, to be honest, I am cabinet maker and craftsman, love making things. Oh, good. Yeah, I don't want to be boring or anything. Like, I think probably 3D modeling is, especially when you don't know what you're doing, is probably a pretty boring thing to watch. For most people, not like people aren't going to be flocking to consume this kind of content. But anyway, all right. I'm going to turn this back off for a second. I wonder if I can select. Let's see, what I want to do is face offset, and I want all of these inside faces. And I don't know how to select all of them. Just one by one. I wish I could just click and a button to get all of them, or like double click, but it doesn't work. That back. Second. That one, that one, that one. Actually, to be honest, I'm going to have to cut one end off, either that end or that end. Kind of thinking. Kind of what my thought is here is just like this would get shoved down in. But in order for that to work, you'd have to be able to grab it, pull it out, or press from the other end to get it to come out. Yes, I could design. I have an idea, I guess. Something I can try. We'll see. I'll play with it. Still would have to cut one end off. So before doing all this, maybe I should do that. Which end do I want to cut off? The end with the hole for the charger. The other end. I think the end with the charger hole would be the better one. Come on. Now, split body, this one. Splitting tool, that one. Okay. And that gone. Shoot, this actually has to go in a little bit further because let's turn that on. Basically, I need to go into at least there. There we go. All right, now we can get that turned off and out of the way. Cool. Upside down. That looks better. All right. So now what we can do is, since this is still a very tight tolerance, we want to select, so we can go in here. I want, select all these. That guy. And go minus 0.5. Good. Now, how thick is this wall? Only 1.5. Okay. I know an easy way to fix that. So what my thoughts are right now, I would need a little bit more depth here, I think, for what I'm thinking about. 1.5 mil is pretty small. But let's go ahead and flip all these back on for a second. Actually, that half a mil might be too much. Change that to 0.25. Turn all those on. And let's get a feel for what spacing we have here. Okay. That's our spacing. Really, because the way this is designed, you'd be able to put in either end if you wanted the charging port end in or the other end. Hmm. Yeah, so we still got spacing there, so that's good. All right. All right, so let's change this from 2 mil. I think we're gonna have to go out to like 4. Actually, probably not here though. That can stay. Finish there. Because there's a little bit more depth here. So, what my thought is, not boring to me. I'm a cabinet. Oh yeah, you already read that. Wonder if there's a way to change. That's what I wanted. Cool. All right. So we can hide these things for now. What I want to work on is this one. But change that. Let's see. Turn both of them off. That was weird. What I want is little longer as well. Where is the one? Okay. So I think I want this to come. Shoot. So it was negative 76.3. I think we want to go like 78.32 at least. Now let's see what that did. Yeah, it broke a lot of stuff. Crap. All right. What I want really, okay, maybe I can just do it like this. Guess I could share what my thought process is right now. So as you can see, there's not enough here to grab when you go to pull it out. So thinking about having a little slider on the side here that you could just grab and pull. And by pulling that, there'll be like a little band that's along the inside that just pulls the ledger out far enough that then you can grab it. So this would be like a compliant mechanism kind of a thing, or like a built-in kind of a thing where it won't slide past more than getting it to come out like half an inch or so. Let's see. We want to just do a move in this direction and about 2 mil. There we go. Now let's turn this back on, make sure everything looks, yeah, perfect. So all I want is just a little more space to be able to build that little sliding piece in, basically. So I can turn those back off for now. And do a new sketch on the surface here. Where do I want? best way to do this. I don't want to sketch off of. I can kind of do it off of that, I guess. I don't know why it just went upside down on me. Okay, so with this sketch, what I would want is it come off like okay, we'll just do a rectangle for now, and then we will dial in its measurements. We want to use this point as our point of reference for measuring. Oh, looks like the printer finished. Peel those off. Kind of satisfying. A little bit of some weird quality issues there, but might clean up well. That one definitely had some issues too. I'm gonna have to look and see why that one did that. It did not adhere at all. Seems like there was a space in there. Look. No, shouldn't have been any space. Must have had a filament issue. Did not print that second part. That's a bummer. Have to run that one again. You can kind of, here's the issue. Didn't melt well together for some reason. This one came out okay. There's some black lines in between the white there that don't look great. So I'll probably have to play with that a little bit. Anyhow. All right, back to what we were doing here. What were we doing here? Okay. 0 minus 2. What I want is this to be to mill that side of this edge. So it goes 2 mil into here. I might have to do this a little different. Not sure. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still on my face. There we go. I'll get used to all this camera switch and stuff. Anyways, what I was saying is I want this rectangle that I was going to be doing here to go 2 mil into this. But I'm trying to find the right way to do this. Basically, I just want a little band that's going to go like 2 mil in right here. That's contoured all the way around. So it'll hug around the end that's shoved into the into that, and then you're just going to have these little tabs sticking out over here on each side that you would just grab and pull to get it to slide out. So I'm trying to find the best way to draw that. Honestly, I feel like the easiest way would be from the top view like this, like I'm trying, but I don't know how to get exactly 2 mil from this end over, because when I try go like this, and say -2, it doesn't like it. So I guess what I could, you know what might work? Rather, I might have to just start with a rectangle larger than it. This. And then go here, here. Or here. There. Say 2. That might be how to do it. And then same thing on this side. Here to here. 2 mil. There. Messed it up. From there to there. And again, 2 mil. All right, I think we're getting places now. We would then want this to in. We want 7 mil. Four would probably be all right. Perfect. And now we can go with one more measurement from here. Might be where I messed up. I actually want this line to be over here. Like this. What do we want to set? We'll go 12. Sorry. Essentially, that would be the end of it there. Go finish on the sketch for now. Then want to push pull. Where I really want this to go is halfway mark. New body. Okay. Back on. Pull. Yeah. All right. So, oops. That back on. Oh, shoot. I did that. I want that to go to that point. Yeah. Cool. And then what we want to do real quick is we don't want this inside part here. So we are going to do a cut operation. The target body will be this one, and the tool body will be this one. And we want to keep the tool body because we don't want to delete that. So now that we did that, it just split. Turn that one back off. Shoot, you know what? Let me do that again. As I actually want to keep all parts of that. So I think in order to do that, I have to maybe it's intersect that I want. And target body will be that one. Tool body will be that one. And we might need to try a new component. Okay, yeah, that's what we wanted. All right. You know what? That doesn't look right either. What is it? Oh, good. Okay. Try that. Target body. Full body. Intersecting and keeping. What that does. Putting it into a new component. I don't think I want a new component. Try that again. Ooh. Off. That. what I want. That little. Oh, I see. That corner is going inside of it. So we just want to edit that sketch. And actually, no. That's right. We'll just do a arbitrary. We're just going to cut it off. Okay. Now that we're back to square one again, we will do that again. Target body, tool body. That one off. Clicking OK. Now, yeah, there we go. Essentially, we just have these overlapping each other now. Like if I turn that one off, it looks like it's not even there. When I turn it on, it just looks like new lines drawn on the surface, which is kind of what I want for the moment. So we can turn this off for a second. And this is, well, first off, how long is, or how 8 point, what did I do? 8.35 mil. So we want to bring this down, say like 2.5 mil minus 2.5 mil. And this one, what you would want is minus 0.5. That looks pretty close. Turn that guy back on. The reason why I have to turn these off and stuff, if I make changes to one body that's inside of another like this, whenever they're both active, it will try to like join them together again. That's why I keep like turning them off and back on and stuff. But we're getting pretty close to what I like, what I'm wanting this to be like here. So that's good. We'll want these to be rounded off. That. And then essentially we need new drawing here. We'll say 6.9 mil, because why not? And then these 1.5 to match the other end there. And we can go finish. And now turn that back on. Oh no, off for a second. Need to extrude this first and then turn that on. We want it to be to there, plus stick out about 3 mil, so 4.75, and now see it's trying to cut it, so we'll just turn that back off so that it's not trying to cut it. And then we just needed the same thing on the other side. Do that, we turn that sketch back on, turn that off for a second, select this, that back on. That, and how far did we come off? 3 mil? So 27. This will go to 30. And we will do a join. That looks stupid at the moment, but that's okay. We're going to say okay. Turn that off again for a second. Selecting it again. And then back on. That to there. Okay. And one last move. There's probably an easy way to do what I just did, but that's how I know how to do it. So this, oh no, I did that one wrong. Okay, I know how to fix it. We'll just grab it, pull it out really far, and then we will turn that one back on, pulling it back down to here. Is 9.5. And we need to turn this back off or it'll join them together. Okay. I think you guys might have an idea of what the end goal here is now. I might round off this end as well. As you can see, cool guy here. You know what? I think this is actually where I want it to stop. I think I need to bring that back. How far do we want it to pull out? 20 mil? Yeah, I think 20 mil would be good movement amount. So I'm not sure if this will work, but I'm going to select all of that. And I'm going to try moving it. Let's turn that sketch off. Try that again. Moving. And to check mark that. There we go. We want to move that 20 mil. All right. Now we can turn this back on. I think these are out a little too far. We'll see you, Notorious Rug. I didn't even know you were here. Thanks for stopping by. Nice and quiet. Y'all are quiet. Sorry, I don't even have music playing. Like I was messing with those kind of audio settings and stuff with Lawn Dart on his stream before we started, and it's all kinds of messed up for me at the moment. I think this is sticking out too far. So we are going to... Well, I appreciate you being here. It is much appreciated. 1.5, see what that looks like. You can give that a shot. We can give that a shot. So now the idea here is this will get cut out of that. We can probably do that now. We'll go ahead and do that now. Cut target body be this guy, and our tool body will be that guy. And we want to keep the tool. It doesn't delete it. So it's going to cut that away from there. Click OK. Oops. Now we can turn that off and just get an idea of what it looks like inside. It looks pretty good, it looks like. One thing we will need to do is create a little bit of tolerance here. So I will go in there, click that, and that, and that. Same on this side. Wonder if I want to select all these as well. The amount we're going to move this is going to be really small. And go large just to make sure it's doing the right thing I want it to. And we're going to go minus 0.1. Like, it shouldn't take much at all. And that all looks good. So the next thing I need to do is give myself that space for it to slide now. And that should be pretty easy. Just selecting all of these. And these. And a move operation. But because the angles are all messed up, I need to set my point like that. And we want this to be that 20 mil of travel. And we will select OK. And now, if we turn that back on, we can see it now has a place to slide. So the way I would print this is with this part flat on the build surface. And then this other part, this part would be, oops. This part would be printed separate. And it would just kind of be printed flat down like that. But to make sure we've got the tolerances the way I want, let's flip these back on. Need to bring that down a little bit. Yep, we can see there's that nice spacing in there. Should allow for it to line up nicely. And now we can flop over to this one. Make sure everything here looks good. Yeah, see, we got that nice spacing all the way around, so it should not interfere with the other case sliding in there. So my thought process here would be, this is a two-part case basically. You've got the rubberized case here. And actually, now that I'm done with all of that, we can actually round off, turn all those off real quick, just so we don't, oops, glue them together. And we want this end to be rounded off a little bit. Londart, thanks for telling people to hit the like button. I appreciate it. One thing I'm thinking about here, kind of want this to have some sort of textured surface. Not sure how I want to do that yet, though. Either a textured surface or round it off the round that off a little bit, or both. Let me think how I would. I think they have some interesting built-in modifiers. Let me see what they've got. Hmm. Hmm. Not sure how I want to do this, or if I want to just leave it flat. The way I would think about doing it would be like this. I would do this menu, not that menu. Where's it going? That menu. Going on the wrong screen and it's. Hang on one sec. Fine there. And it's on the wrong screen there. I don't know why it does that. It's popping over to my second screen. I don't know how to fix it. Anyhow, it drives me nuts because then I have to look on the other screen to see what I want. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I thought they had like a nice little built-in way of doing things, but no. well, why is it like in a sketch, but not giving me the sketch? I guess I could have clicked sketch up here. Okay, so kind of my thought process right now is I could do a is it not snapping to anything? This is frustrating. I think because I'm clicking on the option in the next window over, it's acting like I'm clicking off of the screen, and so it's not snapping. Pretty frustrating. Can go like this. Let's throw a rectangle up. Here. I kind of just want like a zigzag line. I wish there was a way to make an easy zigzag line. Control point. Is that what I want? No. Don't think so. Dang it. Interesting. Do like a 3-point rectangle. No. 3-point. Okay. I think I might know how I want to do this. Now we will do a 3-point rectangle. Does it not happen to the grid? No, that's not what I want. Hmm. I'm not sure how to do this part. Trying to find a cool way to create a pattern. There's no way to do like a triangle, I don't think. Second thing. I hate that it puts this on the wrong screen. It makes it so hard. One mil off. How do I calculate this? I feel like I'm being dumb right now. Should be an easy way to calculate what this needs to be. All right, I think I'm just gonna do a line, I think, because I can control this and just put 45 degrees and then another line. Do 90 degrees. In the wrong direction though. I'm an idiot. All right, start over. Here, 45 degrees. Touches. And then here, 90 degree. It touches. Might be a little too harsh. We'll see. 90. Something like that. 90. 45. $90. 90. 90. 90. All right. That would work for what I want to do. lines of free workout. All right. That was far more challenging than I think it needed to be. That's all right. Matter. And now we'll be able to chop that off. That look like. All right. Now the problem is I need to do all that same thing all over again. So let's see if I can go mirror. I think I need a line at the middle here. Okay, now I should be able to select all of that. Mirror line, that one. Okay, there we go. Now we can go ahead and hit finish. Now we can select this. That matter. That. Oops. No. Oh, I did it wrong. It's that one. Gosh dang it. Good. Gives us that. Now, if I want to make it more of a checker pattern versus just that one direction, I can do another new sketch. I wonder if I can select this and this. It's going to just be one of them. Whatever. All right. Go like this. And this. A shank? I mean, if you really wanted. For a second, I thought you were asking if I could 3D print you a shack. I don't know that you'd be able to print anything that would hold an edge. Don't know. Do it that way. need this line to be right on with this, but I don't think I can. Yeah, it wants to snap somewhere else. Just don't ask questions. I mean, it's plastic, so it's probably not going to hold an edge for much of anything. Again, it won't be razor sharp, that's for sure. I'm not sure how to get this line right where I want it. Hmm. I want this edge to be right on that edge. But it doesn't like to let me do a 0 reference point. Guess I could do a 1 mil reference point and then do a 1 mil rectangle. Kind of a weird way around doing that, but I guess it works. Yeah. I don't think I need to do it on both. That's fine. That I can get a center point, center line there, mirroring. Another 1 mil rectangle. And then I want to do basically the same thing I did before. I gotta do these first. A 1 mil there. 1 mil there. One mil there. So that gives me that reference points down to where I need them to be. Start in right there. $45 there. Not sure if this will work. This might not be 90 there. 90 there. 90 and wherever matter. Now we need to select all that. And mirror. And the mirror line will be that one. Okay. Now we can finish sketch. And that. Features might be too big. Okay. Might work. That look too sharp. One mil might be too big. I don't know if I want to redo all that though. I'm honestly not even sure how good that would even print. It might do okay. That should essentially be it for that. What do you think? Should I do these spikes like this? Or should I just put it back the way it was and just round off the end? Ultimately, you're just going to be using it to pull it just a little bit. I think what I might do real quick, since this printer's done running, I might finish cleaning this print bed off. All right, so that's nice and cleared off. So now we can go ahead and turn everything on for a second. I need to label these. All right, so this is the ledger. You like the spiked version versus just rounded off? All right. I can print both ways too and kind of get a real life version of it to see how it comes out. Kind of judge it from there as well. So we're going to rename these so they actually make sense. Body 1 doesn't make sense. This is the ledger. And then this is the soft case. That is the hard case. And that is the, what I even call that? Slide? Sure. What a slide. Why not? All right, so what I can do now is I can export this. We'll just call it slide export. All right. And we can have to orient this on the printer, but that's all right. Export hard case. And port. Now, I might be getting a little ahead of myself there, because one thing I forgot about is I have 0 tolerances between the bottom and top here. And that might be okay, but it also might cause issues. We can print a prototype with that in mind and just kind of go from there though. So bring this guy up. We can get rid of these and import the soft case. Let's go ahead and slice to see what that will look like. So we are going to need some supports. And we want them to be there and there. Possibly get away with not having supports there, but we'll give it a shot. That looks like. All right, now the question is, what color should we print this in? We can do blue, black, or white. What do you guys think? Blue, black, or white? While you're deciding, I can get the temp set. Black blue? What does black blue mean? That's not very helpful. Oops. No. This is only going to take about 30 minutes to print. At least this part. I have tons of all of it. It really doesn't matter. I mean, I even have a transparent red. The blue I have is transparent. It's like this. Got a little bit of a transparency to it. The black is opaque. The white is opaque. The red is transparent, and the gray is opaque. With the white. One thing I think I need to do. No, I can leave it like that. I need to prep the filament though. Once you guys give me a color, white, blue, white. We have blue loaded into 1. All right, we got blue loaded into 1, black loaded into 2, and white loaded into 3. So give me a 1, 2, or 3. All right, blue. All right, we'll go blue. So that's filament 1. So we'll get the printer set up now that it's heated up, and we will set it to extruder 1. What's cool is while the soft case is printing, we can start loading up the hard case into the slicer and getting it kind of dialed in and ready, settings dialed in. All right, so we should have that filament loaded. I am going to extrude a little bit just to make sure we have filament to the tip ready to go. And let's go back to the slicer. Double check that we got everything the way we want. That's the first layer. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, so we can go ahead and send that off, and we'll switch over to that camera. Have a good view of it. Right now what it's going to do is go around and probe the 4 corners to adjust the gantry to the bed to make sure it's as flat as possible. Really don't like the delay on here, and I don't know how to get it down smaller. That's all right. While this is going, I will go grab some ABS filament for the hard plastic. Mr. Pints said black for that part. What do you think, Lawn Dart? I have many colors, by the way. I have pink, purple, black, blue, like 5 different shades of blue, orange, yellow, green, red. Like pretty much you name it. I got even like a tan color, brown color. I've got a lot. There we go. Nice and clean. feels like I'm waiting a lot, it's because this delay is pretty bad. The first layer is looking really good though. All right, you guys watch this print. I'm gonna go grab black filament, I guess. All right, I'm back. I brought options. All right, for the hard plastic, we've got 4 color options: gray, clear, which typically doesn't really turn out very clear, black, and blue. Let me know in the comments which color you want the hard plastic to be. Which, by the way, we can also print the slide in a different color from the body as well. Go back to printer, see what it's doing. And we got 2 cameras. All right, Lawn Dart says the body black and the slide blue. That's doable. You know what? I should probably make another scene in here for cam 2 over. I'll have to play with it after the stream. I want to be able to put it where I have multiple cameras showing while I'm also playing on the slicer. All right, we'll go back to here. So now that we got this one going, we can go ahead and clear it off. We can bring in hard case. And this is where we're going to want this to be bottom versus the way it's laying now. And because it looks like I won't need any supports really at all if I do it that way. So maybe a good way to do it, I think. What it looks like in the slice. One small section with some infill. Yeah, I think that'll work out pretty good actually. We can play with it. We can try it, because if I do it the other way, it will need supports. I could potentially put it on this surface, but it would also need supports. All right, we got black case and a blue slide. This will be prototype, no features or anything. We get it looking nice, we can throw a Advantis logo on there or the text Advantis.ai. All kinds of options. Model in anything we want. And this is going to be, rather than TPU, we're going to go with, actually, let's see. Y'all said black ABS. Select it here. I do need to go grab a roller for this to set on. Let me grab that real quick, and oh, and we'll get that black filament loaded in. Actually, we can get we also need to do this filament set. We need a blue. Oh, that was. Digging it. Go with that. And we will name that blue. The only challenge here is this might not be enough surface area on the bottom there to really hold it tight for all this, but we'll see. I want to check my print settings. 2 is good. So this part says it's going to take an hour to print. A bit longer than I thought it would be. Probably print quicker if we did lay it on its side and did supports, but I don't think supports will go well. And it'll probably print faster than an hour. All right, let's get back to looking at the printer. Doing. Oops. There we go. We had a blob. We might have to redo this. I don't have enough time to grab. Guess I'll let it go for a second, but I half want to cancel it and restart it. Let's see, how far in are we? We're halfway. I'll let it go, I guess. Put a rock him. All right, I'm going to go get that roller and get our filament set up. All right. Let's see if I can adjust, get the door out of the way. Well, no, I'm gonna have it closed when I do ABS anyways. We'll leave the door shut, I guess. So software says we have about 10 minutes left on this print. I think I might have loaded my filament into the wrong channel, actually. Black should be in 4. Nope, I got it. Okay. Actually, I put black here. ABS. There. Sorry, play with the slicer here. So I just changed some settings on where the filaments are, so I'm just going to move those real quick. All right. So now we've got these filaments loaded in accordingly. What we can actually do is bring in that slide as well. And we're going to set it to be filament 3. Looks like it might be able to print that all right. I might print this with a 0.1 mil. Layer height. That'll give us a bit more detail on it. We're going to turn that off. That way we're only slicing the black one though. Back over and look at what the printer's doing. Almost done. About another 2 minutes. Oh, we have about a minute and 40 seconds left. Minute and a half. Another 30 seconds. Funny, it says here that we're on layer 63 of 102 or 74 of 102, but the slicer is reporting the wrong layer count. Something did go a little bit weird in the settings there. the print. So I think it's only a prototype. That would have to be reprinted. We can get supports pulled out of this. I think there's some goobers on the print head. Can do as well before I start cleaning all those. Get that fully cleared off. And we can get that. Get it preset for ABS. And we know this is loaded into filament slot 2. So we can go slot 2. Filament spool got pulled all over the place. Jeez. Okay. We are going to purge a little bit through there. Grab that with some tweezers. Have the nozzle cleared off enough. Whoops. We're just waiting on the bed to come up to temperature. It's only at about 86 degrees Celsius at the moment. We're looking for 110. So while that's happening, we can be cleaning these supports off. Yeah, I'm not really sure why the quality on this came out really crappy right towards the last few layers, but like I said, it's just a prototype, so we're not too worried about it. Might make it difficult for getting them out of there. Okay. Sometimes these supports can be a real pain in the butt to clear off. Sometimes they fall off easy. When it's TPU like this rubberized stuff, it tends to be harder every time. More challenging. Okay. The quality on this is definitely not good enough for anything that I would even try to sell. Almost like towards the end it wasn't quite extruding enough plastic. This printer that we're printing on, these prototype parts here on, does not have a poop chute. So no poop chute to clean out. Now I did clean out the poop chute on my other printer that has a poop chute today because the poop chute got backed up. And it caused my print to stop. I was kind of bummed about that, I'm being honest. I lost a few hours of print time that way. It was during the middle of the night while I was sleeping. All right. So there's the little case. Let's go full screen here. So here's the little case for the ledger. Came out pretty good. Like I said, there's some quality issues. There's a booger right there, like some of the white filament. But overall, still usable for testing out. So we'll get the ledger popped into it here. See how it fits. You remember, right? We left 0 tolerance. A little bit tricky to get it all the way in there. And looks like our bed is now up to temperature. So confirm everything is still correct here. And we'll send this off to be printed. It says it's going to take 1 hour. Oops, that's loud, sorry. So it's going to take 1 hour, 9 minutes. It's going to cost us 25 cents, and it will use 11 grams of filament. Let's send it off. That zero tolerance might actually be overall okay to use whenever I get this to print correct. So that top surface looks kind of crappy, but that is because of the way it stopped feeding filament correct towards the end of the print there. Yep, listens to Katy Perry and doesn't poop. Yep. Oh, let's switch over to so slicer is saying, where did it go? 1 hour, 9 minutes. Printer is saying like 3 hours because it's way off at the moment. See how much faster it prints this than the CPU. Yeah, we'll definitely be reprinting the soft case. It did not fare super well. Not sure how good I can get it to show on screen here. Supposed to focus. Anyhow, whatever. So definitely not too pleased with the surface on that, but it's correctable. Now our slicer is saying 1 hour and 8 minutes. Sure, that's going to drop some more. Kind of hard to tell if it's working, but I haven't seen anything fall out yet. But once this is all done, then we can go to the slicer and switch these around and slice. This little part's only going to take us 8 minutes when we get to it. It'd be pretty good. Now our slicer says 103. As far as I can tell, it's doing pretty good. If I can get this camera a little bit Kind of hard to get a good shot in there. Now our slicer's kind of speeding up. It says it's 54 minutes now. I'm getting hungry. Fitment wise, this seems to be pretty spot on. It's pretty snug in there. Our charging cable can connect. Room to spare, so we're good there. Print a cheeseburger. What a replicator. Yep. I mean, there are 3D printers that can 3D print chocolate, whatever shape you want. Pretty cool stuff, but and it failed. Damn it. All right. Well, that was fun. Let's go get that cleared off. As you may recall, I was a little bit worried that that might happen. So we'll go back over the slicer. And we will have to add supports. Work. That's all good, Mr. Pints. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming by. So hopefully those supports will help. Oops. Stop that print. Reset temperature. Turn that off. Just realized I didn't switch cams, sorry. I mean, other than it detaching, it was going pretty good. Really didn't get very far, but one thing I can do too, if this works out and it looks nice, we can always design a cap to go over it to fully close it off. I mean, I think that's going to fit in there perfect. That small piece that did print. Slides right over it just fine. Once we have the whole thing, it should fit pretty good. Be a matter of how tight the fit is. Down there and check on that. How was that? Weird sound come through. Oh, it was the sound of the head moving. That's funny. I can have Chiba Hut delivered. Oh. Not convinced that those supports are going to help, but I guess we'll find out. I did say Chiba Hut. I think I'm going to get a garlic herb white widow with double meat, double cheese, add jalapeno peppers, and buffalo hot sauce. I'm a little bit confused why it says it's going to be $23 when it says the sandwich is only $7.80. Whatever. Not even showing like delivery costs or anything. Yeah, that's weird. It's showing. That's not including tax or delivery. No, so it's a sandwich restaurant. It's called Chiba Hut. Um, it's it's themed in said um decor and mentality, but it's just sandwiches, and they're really freaking good. I'm still a little bit confused. Why it says the sandwich is 780, but the second I click on it, it's like, yeah, $15.69. It really is. It's really just sandwiches. I mean, and Kool-Aid. You can get Kool-Aid. It's all about the theme. They have them down in Phoenix as well. They've been around for a while. Telling you, check them out. Look them up. Chiba Hut. They're on the interwebs. Here, let me see if I can find their drink menu. Oh, I see why. 789 is for the 4-inch one. Holy cow. Anyhow, yeah, let's see. We'll go in here. Add jalapeno peppers, buffalo hot sauce. Done. Where's their drink menu? I just saw it come up. Oh yeah, here we go. So you got come on. Regular soda, Kool-Aid. They have blue, orange, and red, it looks like. And Red Bull. God dang it. I knew it. It came off. Son of a bitch. Got farther, but still freaking failed. Alright. Stop. Preheat. ABS. Would slow the print down. Your speed. The speed of it has a little to do with what's going on here. Bottom part really didn't hold on to it very well. Now we're going to have to back here. Move this over here. Pull the print down a little bit, I guess. Print settings. Wrong thing. Didn't like that. I better. I might just have to go there after this because it's gonna be like $40 to have it delivered. I can go pick it up for like $14. All right, so we've slowed the print down by about half the speed. If this doesn't work, it's gonna suck because then I'm gonna have to get. I don't like the way it did these supports. Ah, damn it. That's what I want. Actually, let's do this. brush. Just cancel that print. All right, we'll see what this does. Well, yeah, it's wild. They're open till like midnight too. Go figure. Dang, I have 7 YouTube subs now. Thank you guys. If I can't get this to print well by slowing it down, then I am going to have to switch to laying it flat and printing with supports. Not sure that I'm going to like that, but I don't have much of an option. It doesn't go well. All right, let's see how that goes. And Shaq wasn't first. Funny. Did this actually slow down? See what our print speed is. Yep, only hitting 100 mil now instead of 200. So brought it down a little bit. It's saying 2 hours and 46 minutes to finish printing, but that's not true. The slicer said it's only going to take about 1 hour, 17, 18 minutes. But my guess is it'll be done in probably about 45 minutes. It's usually a bit faster than it says in the slicer, and much faster than the initial one. What is my doing? About 5 hours and 45 minutes away from being done. Small detail takes forever. Even if it looks ugly, getting this thing printed will at least give us an idea of how well it fits. Definitely happy with the wall thickness. I think that's good. This says we're on layer 19. Go look at the slicer here and see layer 19 is that one. That's already layer 21 already. So these layers are speeding up a lot because it went from this kind of print to this. So it's gonna speed up a little bit. for a while. Going to be pretty much the same feature till it gets to that opening. And then it'll be the same for another long time. It gets up to the top. And you couldn't even see that because I'm an idiot. Anyhow, what I was saying was the layer it is currently on is 31. Is that layer right there. And what I was saying is it went from these thicker, bigger layers like this to those smaller layers where it's just that. And for a while, all these layers are going to look pretty much the same till it gets to the opening here. And then from there, it'll all be pretty much the same till it closes off right there. And then up to the top and done. As soon as I can get this thing to finish and print, then and get that slide done. And then I can reprint the body itself. I think it's further now than it's gotten before. See, I can measure this. So before it got up to about 14.85 millimeters. Is right in, oh dang it, 14. Right in there is where it failed the last time. Is layer 74. Well, it's not actually layer 74. The reason why it says this is because these are technically printed onto their own layer. So technically it's not on layer 48 or 49 or whatever. It's much higher. Which I think is part of why the time estimate is like way off. Let's hope it keeps working. Yep, it's getting there. As long as it doesn't fall off the bed again. Still a little bit worried it might. Which if it does, then I think what we're going to have to do is probably lay it like this. And then something like this, which will be a pain in the arse to clean out, but that should be it there. Actually says it'll print it faster. The other thing is too is I don't have to worry about slowing it down if I print it like this either. So we'll watch it. If it falls off, we'll switch to this. My biggest worry with laying it down to print it is it'll be the overhang on the top will be so finicky. Might make it really hard to get this to slide in it right. But at least so far it's working. Excuse me. Far so good. Good, I don't think I want to lay it down. See what it says we got left for time. There's 52 minutes left. That's a while. I don't think it's gonna take that long. I mean, heck, we're already pretty far up. Let me see. Okay. We're not quite that high. It's on layer 103. Be right in there. 20 mil. Surprised it hasn't failed so far. It might, knock on wood, it might actually be all right. That's the case. If it's gonna do all right and it's gonna work, then back. Bring this one over here as well. Get it prepped and ready. I think I need to adjust these down. Oh, that's better. But we'll know it's getting close to, or visually we'll know when it's on when it hits that spot right there, because it'll stop going all the way around and it'll print 1/2 at a time. And that spot is when it hits, let's see. Like layer 186 is the first layer that it splits into the two. Layer right there. I can switch so you can see it. Layer 186 when it breaks into separate parts, and it will print the right half first, then the second half. I think it's got a little ways to go for that though. I think we're still down in here somewhere. See what it says for time. 44 minutes it says now. I'm really just glad it's not fallen off yet. Surprised it's gotten this far. With the other two failed attempts. I did change one other thing. This build surface that it's printing onto is a smooth surface that holds it a bit better. The only problem is I can't print the rubber on there because it sticks so good that it'll rip that coating right off. In fact, there's a spot on the bed right there. Oh, here. There's a spot on the bed right there where I printed something in this TPU rubber that peeled it right off. So can't print the TPU on this side, so I flipped it over. I was printing this on the other side, and I flipped it over because ABS sticks better to this. So that could be also playing a role in why it's sticking down so much better at this point. It says we're on layer 138. My other printer is 69% done. I am going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Chugging along, looking all right. Excuse me. Says I've been live for 4 hours and 53 minutes. Is that real? No way. Time flies. Holy smokes. Just chugging along. All right, how much longer we got? 32 minutes, it says. All right, there it just hit layer 186. It's now splitting the two halves where the opening starts. You know, one thing I did not consider, I thought a little bit about it, but I didn't really think a lot about it, is how this will fit in. My initial thought is I should be able to just squeeze it enough that it'll fit into it, but that might not be the, oops, showing you. The slide. My concern is um, getting it installed after the fact. I should be able to pinch these two together enough to get it in, but it still might be tricky. We'll see. It might be tricky to get it in. It might be something I would need to do where I print the slide first, and then once the printer has hit like this spot right here, just drop it down in so that it's in and out of the way. We'll have to see how this goes. Might be tricky getting it to go in there though. I might even, depending on how this goes, I might modify this to where the ledger actually slides the entire way in. I mean, I did think about it a little bit when I was designing it, but my thought was that it should have enough give to what I can squeeze it in to slide in. But that's not the whole picture, because even with these squeezed in, this end here is going to stay relatively that same width, and that width, this part right here, that width is not necessarily going to fit here because there's no slot in this spot. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. If I can't get it installed, then I might just have to reprint it. And if I do reprint it, I might print another prototype where this dang it. Come on, why are you like this? Shoot, did that wrong. There we go. I might do a one that's just a little bit longer like that. This is still live. Nice of you to join. Guess we should see. if that hasn't failed yet. Good, actually. Once this this part is done printing, and there's about 25 minutes, 24 minutes left, and we print the next part, I think we will start. I'll reprint the soft case and get that print started, and then we'll probably end. So we've probably only got about another 30 minutes left. You must have subscribed because I have 8 subscribers now. How are we able to see what's going on inside the printer? Why did it zoom in on my face? What the heck? That's funny. You're able to see because I have 2 cameras. I actually have 3 cameras. There's one inside, like actually inside the printer. There's this, the view that we have right now is outside the printer looking in. So we're capturing that right through the plexiglass. So yeah, 2 different cameras. Technically there's, like I said, there's a 3rd camera. It's this one here, capturing from actually inside, but the angle that it's shooting from, you can't hardly see the actual model. So I'm not using that shot. Cameras? Yes, like I built the printer that this is printing on right now is all printed. Printed that printer. So yeah, so the cameras are there because I put them there when I built it. This camera, like I said, where's the view we're seeing right now is, it's just a little tripod sitting outside of the printer. The printer's literally right here behind me. So yeah. And I don't know if you caught what we're printing, but it is this model that at the beginning of the stream, we started designing. Like, we started out with a blank canvas, took some measurements, and designed the Ledger Nano X from the ground up so that we could build a case around it, a soft case. So then after doing the soft case, we built a hard case for that to go into with a little slide to pull it out. Force it out of there. So we are printing the first prototype at the moment to see if everything works. We already printed the prototype soft case. It did not come out super good. I had some print quality issues towards the end of the print. So I will reprint this The supports on it did not come out well at all, so this whole top lip is terrible quality. So this part's gonna get reprinted. Like I said, I'll do that as we end the stream. In a little bit here, but the part that's going now should be done in about, I think, like 15 minutes. Let me see, because we got 19 minutes left on it. So as soon as that part's done, we will then print the slide mechanism, which is this little guy, and it's saying it's only going to take about 9 minutes to print that. So as soon as that's printed, then we should be able to fit test those two pieces together and see if we're going to run into any problems fitting it in there. And yeah, so 9 minutes after that's done, or a few minutes after this one's done, we will reprint the soft case. We'll have to let the bed cool down because it's pretty hot, but the print bed, that is. Here. Raise the camera up so we can actually see. So the soft case is printed in TPU, and the hard case that's printing now is we've actually tried twice and had failures, but that is in ABS. Yeah, the ABS is hard plastic. Yeah, the ABS. This blue piece is printed out of the same thing that the like SafePal one is, and this is like a rubberized material, soft rubber. Speaking of which, got lots of them. I redid the blue with the white behind it, and it came out much better. So that's usable. The white, or the blue on white, white on black, black on blue, black on white, another white on black. Is it blowing at the top, or is that just the camera angle? Blowing. Oh, bowing. No, it looks like it's okay. Try to get the best angle there. Blue on white is pretty. So the blue on white, I'm not super happy with the way that it came out. And I actually reprinted it, but it failed. And this one that I reprinted I did it with the blue being a little bit thicker, so there's a little bit more color depth to it, because this one's very shallow and almost pastelish. Um, so this didn't adhere well though, so I got to reprint it. Um, but yeah, I think that one will be looking a lot better once I reprint. Not sure what actually failed on it. I think the blue didn't load in right or something. It kind of turned out like poo. I haven't even dipped into the gray or um, the red filament that I have yet for the TPU stuff. Bump the camera. I think that's good. Gotta be getting pretty close because we've got 12 minutes left. And the reason we're going to end soon is because I am hungry and I'm going to get me some Chiba Hut. Because we are on layer 301 out of layer 372. Like that. And closer. There, just close the top up. Who won the Advantis? Seems lucrative. I don't know about that. Can't imagine you're making money. Yep, still live, Notorious Rug. Basically taking it all the way from design to print. I'll say design to first prototype print. Very likely going to need a second revision. Yeah, I mean, people do win them, but I mean, the earlier you are, the less competition, I guess, too. So, and both winners have been in Discord for a year. There you go. I think I ordered like 4 more kilos of filament today. I might have a problem. And Jacksonville Jags about to get the brakes beaten off of them. Who are they playing against? The Niners played today too, right? Niners and somebody. Chargers. See, where are we at? That froze up. Wonder why. Dang it. My web interface for my printer froze up, so now I can't see anything. Which kind of bites because the only way I'm probably going to be able to fix that is restarting it. I'll wait till this print's done. We'll join servers and it means nothing. I join servers just for the emojis. All right, there's the print done. And it came out pretty good. See if the soft case fits in it good. Like a glove. It's almost like I planned it. Sheesh. All right, let me restart this printer. I don't understand why I'm always having such a hard time finding my freaking putty knife. Using the razor blade. What the hell? A regular freaking putty knife. How do I lose things? Literally wish I knew where my freaking putty knife. I'm gonna have to use this razor blade. I didn't just cut up my bed. All right. The only problem with that lawn is I move it between printers. I'll use it on both this printer and restarting the printer. Yeah, I use it on this printer and the printer in the other room, so I always take it back and forth. So I have to dummy cord it to myself, I guess. The other pillow I don't use. What pillow don't I use? $20,737. So it's just bouncing off of like 21K. That's what it was at recently, right? You know, Shaq's pillow. All right, we're heating back up. Quad gantry level going. Bouncing. All right, now we're almost ready to print this. Once it's done with the quad gantry level, then we can load up filament 3. Pillow under the box. There's no box on top of my pillow at the moment. You can see just the edge of it right there. Uh-oh. My poop chute's backed up. Let me go figure out what's going on in this thing. Be right back. Well, that forking sucks. 18-hour print failed. 12 hours in. Yeah, it happens. I have to wait for it to cool down now and pull all that crap off and start over. Only my 1,000 hour project. I think I'm up to like 900 hours so far. Print time. All right, looks like we got quad gantries done. We need filament 3, this T2. Oh, we'll load T2 in. It's it's little pieces for a board game that I've been working on. Filament load successful. Okay, so now we go T2. Oh wait, I already did that. No, now I want to extrude to get fresh filament pushed through. All right. Doesn't poop, yeah. Now we can go back to Slicer. It's all set to go. Upload and print. Going to home X, Y, and Z again. And right now it's doing the quad gantry level. Going around, leveling out the 4 corners. Yeah, I definitely think I'm going to reprint that just a little bit taller so it completely sits down in. And this is where we'll find out if, here in about 10 minutes, we'll find out if the slide will fit down in there or if I need to start printing it first. And and then shoving that in. Raise that up just a hair. See how that goes. I wish I could zoom that camera in a little. Can't. Hmm. Not bad. Looking pretty good. As we got about 3 minutes left till it's done. Zooming in again. I think the spikes on there will actually turn out pretty good. I wasn't sure how those would come out, but they're looking pretty good. I decided to actually print this in very fine layer heights of 0.07, which is as small as my settings will let it go, so that the layers are almost indistinguishable. The way looks a little better. See how it works. Stuff. Not necessarily shiny. It'll just like this. You can kind of see if it'll zoom in on it. Come on, focus. It's gonna piss me off. Come on. It will not focus. Anyhow, you can kind of see layer lines, especially if I could get it to zoom in closer. They're really quite indistinguishable even like this, but having just done that one in smaller layer lines, it should be unnoticeable. Essentially. Looks like our print is done. Now the tricky part, see if we can get these to go together. I don't think we can. Oh, maybe I can come in from the side. I'm kind of coming in through the side part right there. See if it'll let me fit it in that way. Because from the top, it won't go in. This might be dang. Hang on. This. Oh yeah, there we go. So it all fit together. I may take those back out to 3 millimeters because they are very shallow there. You almost can't even barely stick out. But there it is. Might have to change the design a little bit too, because one thing I'm noticing is sliding that up and then back down, it's catching. I might need to do something to, I don't know how I can make that stay. It might be my button that's catching more than anything. Yeah, I think it's the button. That button's hitting. If I flip it over so that that button goes in first, then it closes up perfect every time. So Alexander Otto, what is up? Thanks for stopping by. I am doing well. How are you? This is a Ledger Nano X hardware wallet for crypto. We, at the beginning of this stream, started out and designed the soft case that's on it here, this blue case around it. Then we also designed this hard case that the soft case can slip into. A cool little case. Yeah, Lon, what I could do, I've got it on the stupid view here. What I could do to fix it is, like you just said, I could kind of create like a wedge shape on the opening here. Turn all this off. Whoops, not that one, that one. I'd have to probably do it on both sides so that no matter how somebody sticks it in there. Yeah, I've been 3D printing for a few years. I'm just getting into designing the models. A lot of fun. Very, I don't know. I find it very rewarding, but yeah. So yeah, what I could do, Lawn Dart, like you said, is just take this surface and taper it down a little bit on either side. Not sure how that would work though. Oh, you know what? I wouldn't even need to do that. Like all I got to do is select the chamfer tool or fillet tool, and then I could take that to like 0.25. That should essentially give it just enough to catch it, I think. Why did it do that on that spot though? Didn't capture that one. 0.25. There we go. I bet that would be enough. So we'll have to, I already wanted to reprint it because I made it longer. So it doesn't stick out a little bit like this. It's going to be flush. Since we have the little grippers on the side, push it out. It will be fine. That lip should help push the button down in. We don't need to change anything about the way the little slides goes in there because it is lining up perfect. It's going very well there. So yeah, see, we changed it to where that soft case is going to sit all the way down in. And you can do it with the charging end out, or you can flip that around and have that charging end in. So yeah. Got to get into that. It's fun. An old ANET A8 lying around. Thinking about turning it into a Core XY printer, but I have no idea how. Honestly, most printers, switching it to a Core XY will be fun and will probably be very rewarding if you enjoy that. If you enjoy like building printers and stuff. But I thought about turning I have a Creality CR10 S5, so it's a 500 mil cubed printer. I thought about turning it into a Core XY, and by the time I was done building out a bill of material to do it, it was going to be like $1,500, and for $1,500 I could get some pretty nice printers. So it's hard to justify it if it's a project you want to do that just entices you and you want to do it just because it's fun and don't really care about the cost. It's probably worth it. But if you just want to build something, it's probably just as fun to buy like a Voron kit and do it. Yeah, it was going to be a lot to convert. I mean, it's a large printer too. And that wasn't even considering the side panels and stuff. Like finding acrylic 500 mil cubed or square acrylic panels to put on that thing would have been pretty expensive too. So, I mean, I'd be able to print some extremely large things on it, but yeah. So I don't know. I still have it as a bed slinger. I don't even run it right now. I'm in a pretty tight spot where I really can only have like 2 printers running at a time. So I have my Voron and I have my my Bambu Lab X1 carbon that's running a lot. So, and that 500 mil is just too big in my apartment to really have it set up. So eventually, when I get into a house, I will have all of my printers. So I have like 5 or 6 printers. So I'll have them all set up at some point. But yeah, so I think we're gonna get close to wrapping up. So we will go back to our slicer and clear these off. We will re-import this soft case. That can actually be centered. Over. Need to flip over the bed here so that it can print GPU without sticking. You on it. You're printing there anyway. And settings. Go ahead and get this preset for TPU. So make sure we got our filament. TPU left on this roll though. That's all the TPU we got left on that roll. Probably not enough to reprint. Good news is I've got a whole nother kilo. So we'll get this one loaded in. Four a.m. Yeah, get some sleep. I'm just about done here. Like I said, I'm just gonna get this soft case reprint started because there was some issues here, and then I'm gonna sign off so I can go get some dinner. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated. We are gonna load in filament 0. Have a good night. And what did it do here? All right, did something funny trying to load that up, so we'll eject it and try again. See. Messed up part in the filament here, so I'm gonna all right, let's try again. Doing. Try rehoming it. Homing ended. Okay. Load up T0. Interesting. Let me see what this. All right, I don't know what it's doing. I'm gonna have to get behind the printer real quick. Be right back. think my TPU filament might have gotten stretched a little, cutting off a good length of it. All right, I think we might have gotten that. Making burritos, microwaving them. It's better than what I'm eating right now. Got to be done in the next couple hours or I'm going to miss Chiba Hut. Okay. All set up there. Filament is loaded. It should be good to go. We can come in here and slice this guy. Oh, we gotta add supports. We just need them here. And here. And we need to make sure in print settings. Too loud in my own ears. That's probably a little better. Maybe a little lower. No, that's fine. Okay. We need to enable, and we do not want auto-generated supports. Oh, crap. You know what? We need to actually go to TPU. Twice. That might be actually why it turned out poopy before. I might not have had it set to the right filament settings. I don't remember. Oh, thank you. Sorry. There we go. So I don't think I had my printer set for the right filament the first time I printed the soft case here. So we are going to slice that up just like that. Should be good to go. I don't understand why it does this little pad outside of the print that is not supporting anything. But whatever. We'll go ahead and upload and print. And now it's going to go through its homing, X, Y, and Z. And then it's going to do the quad gantry level in the corners. Times this quad gantry leveling takes forever. See if we can get a good shot on the printer cam. That's not too bad. The zoom is going nuts though. Let me see if I can tweak those settings. Uh-oh. What happened? That's weird. For some reason, my temp settings went to 0 in the middle of that print. Okay. Not really sure. Something called disable heater extruders. And then the temp dropped. Okay. Cool. Well, we got it preheating up again. Let me make sure I got my print settings right. Want it to be in super fine layers still. Could be 0.2. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Better take that camera off of there. What I'll do is I'll probably just leave the stream running with the print going while I run to grab some food. And we'll see where it's at when I get back. Y'all are welcome to come and go as you please. Don't feel obligated to stay. Of course, it's got some goober on there, so now I gotta cancel it and restart it again. All right. I'm also going to move this guy up here twice. Upload and print. Okay. See what that does. Nozzle was a bit dirty, so I cleaned that up. Let's see what that looks like. Bad show. We can actually go take my face out of there. Have a nice print. Cool. All right. Like I said, I'm going to let that roll. I'm going to watch just a couple more layers, make sure my temperature, my heaters don't all turn off again like they did before. But once I see everything is good, happy, and chugging along, I will leave it here running and be right back. Get the devil's lettuce sandwich. Oh, I get the black. I get the White Widow with like hot sauce and jalapenos. Actually, I've never got it with jalapenos, but I think I'm gonna get it with jalapenos this time. I've gotten it with the hot sauce, and it's delicious. Well, everything is looking happy. And then I think when I get back, I am going to reprint the hard case in the longer version with the, yep, still going. But I'm going to reprint the hard case with the longer hard case with the tapered mouth to see if that helps with the button catching. And yeah. Ride or die watch. Well, actually, my says there's only a 30-minute print. It'll be pretty quick, actually. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna let that run. I think by the time I get back, it should be pretty close to done. So hang out if you like. I will return. And we're back. All right. Well, now we got to figure out what the hell's going on. So let's hit the extruder with 270 degrees. Oh, that can be 150, that's fine. That's going to be 0. Oops. And let's raise the Z up a little bit. And let's extrude. Well, I don't know, because it's extruding out just fine. I guess we'll just reset and print again. It just knew I wasn't here and just wanted to flip me the middle finger, I guess. I mean, it's better to be with kisses, I guess, than with like actual attack fights. Yep, that extruded out just fine. Getting up to temperature there. Our slicer up again. See what that was looking like before that point. It was looking fine. Ports all looked okay. Surface felt good. Up until that failure, it was going perfect. 30 to 28, huh? All right, well, we'll just send it again. I think I will reprint the slide. Be just a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave it. What's fun is once we get this printing good, we can, like I said, we can add some other details to the hard case and soft case if we want. God dang it. Didn't start. That is odd. All right, let's crank our skirt up. Ten. Screw it. A bigger skirt on it. Give it a chance to. Sandwich. Put myself on mute so you don't have to listen. All right, LDA. Here is the sandwich in question. Let me. Yeah, I think our nozzle's clogged. Okay, I think I know what's going on. My filament, the way it starts out, is supposed to be 1.75 millimeters thick. I'm measuring how thick it is right here where it's entering. Okay, I think I know where it's entering the extruder. I'm measuring at like 1.5. Oh, I got a couple of options of things that I can try. One of them is I can try just cranking the tension down where the gears mesh together and see if I can get a little more bite on it. If that doesn't work, then my option is to throw out the filament and get some new. Hmm. All right, I think we got it. Jack's won. About to be the year of the underdogs for sure. Good. That means maybe the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. Came back from a nice butt kicking, even with 4 interceptions. They were down by 27 points. It's pretty wild. Lawn Dart still watching. I hope I didn't give anything away for you then. Have the volume down on me, Lon, or the game? I'm assuming you're talking about me now. I'm going to eat the other half of my sandwich real quick, and we will be right back. Well, looks like we have to cancel again. This corner's lifting up. We'll get this eventually. Got a spicy jalapeno. Ooh. See that little corner there. Starting to peel up. Goodness, my nose is running now. Yeah, damn that corner. That's right, we'll try again. This is what I usually do all the time. So you guys just get to join me. So I'm not doing it alone. I've already been on there for months and nobody comes and joins me, so no. All right, see how that goes. I crank the temperature up on the bed a little bit. So hopefully that'll help it bite and hold on a little tighter. What's it doing? There's still that one little goober there. All right. Use my razor blade and like cut it off, so we'll see. See what it does there. Oh my goodness. That first half of that sandwich was not spicy in the slightest. There was lots of jalapenos. I could feel the crunch of them, but they had no spice. That second half though, woo! There's one jalapeno in there that had something to prove. All right. Got some food down. So far, this print is looking really good. Don't want to jinx it or anything. Now, if we get this thing to finish up, we'll have another 1 hour print to print the freaking replacement hard case. I don't know what happened to my damn putty knife. Didn't take it down in the other room, did I? Well, I got my other printer going again. Started all over. 16 hours and 49 minutes left. All good. Lawn Dart, thanks for coming in, man. You didn't have to stay this long. I appreciate you being here. I know it's late for you. I'm going to try to get this print done and get the replacement hard case started. Maybe tomorrow I'll stream again and we can throw some designs around this thing and do some more prints. Yeah, I know you're going to be here. You're just that good of a dude. I know you guys are losing video for a second here. I am making a new view real quick. New scene rather. Wait There we go. Have a good night, Lawn Dart. Appreciate you being here. You know I'll show you. I think I might need to get a bigger stream deck. All my buttons are filled up. Maybe I can get away with just rearranging a few. This here. Over here. Yep, so far it's looking perfect. I think the problem was the little, there's like a hinge like a lever and a latch that latches it in to where it keeps it tight. I don't think that latch was fully engaging. As soon as I got it to fully engage, it started printing perfect. So, I mean, knock on wood, it started printing good, so. All right, we need another. This Yep, this is what I left printing when I went to grab some food and it messed up. And it's on the last layer right now. Oh wait, no it's not, sorry. I thought it was on the last layer. With that movement it was making. But it's pretty close. It's actually a support layer that it just did. I think it might actually have messed up. It may have peeled up off the bed. It should not be moving like that when I touch it. It should not be that soft. Excuse me. I'm a little worried about what we're going to have here. But we'll see, I guess. And it's done. Yeah, it definitely peeled off the bed, so I'm going to have to reprint again. Damn it. I don't understand why it did that. I cannot figure out how to get this thing to... Hold on, let me get some... rubbing alcohol. And just wipe oils off and see if that helps. All right. This is the good stuff. 99% isopropyl alcohol. This doesn't do it, then what I'll have to do. Ow, hot. Okay. See how thick this layer was before. That's right. I think our first layer height's right. Whoops, forgot to take the camera down. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do to get that to bite a little harder. That doesn't do it. Frustrated. I need my freaking putty knife. Absolutely no clue where it is. All right, come on. What that does. Seems pretty good to me, but what did the last one? Still go ahead and pop this one. This one, even with its messed up end. I don't even know if I can show you on screen if it'll come through well, but no, this one only takes about 30 minutes. The last time, let's see. History. We printed it here. It took 30 minutes, 58 seconds. Or no, sorry, print time. 26 minutes, 48 seconds. There we go. That's the one we're running right now. The slicer says it's going to take 30 minutes. It does it about 3 minutes faster. Yeah. Where it rides up in the corners makes it really hard to get the supports out. Man, bust out pliers on this one. Jeez. What is in there? Last time we didn't take that much. Jeez. Let's So now we've got the print head, the extrusion working right. That's all dialed in. This is looking really clean, really good. And the problem we're running into now is it's not adhering to the bed good enough. And as it moves up in layers, it's pulling inward and lifting the corners off. So if we can get this one to stick down, we should be all right. Whoa, battery. I don't know if this is unique to my ledger or what, but that button is like damn near wants to come out of there. Hmm. Might have to a ring to go around that. Yeah. So the problem I'm running into, let me see if I can even show it to you. So here's the problem. I don't know if you can even see this, but this end right here, it where it met the bed here, you can see it kind of tapers up, it rides up, so that this end isn't as thick as this end. Like this end stayed fine and this is all uniform. This end you can see it like starts to squish down over this way. Because of that, now the ledger won't fit inside of there because it's almost as narrow as it is. So it doesn't have the space to actually get in there and sit in there. So I can't even install it in this one. And that happened because as it was printing, that rode up off the bed. And so essentially just got thinner and thinner. So can't even use that one. All right, well, hopefully the next one's not going to ride up that. So far it seems to be staying down pretty good. So now what we want to do is we want to get this guy exported. So we will export, and we are going to replace the hard case. Yes. Export. Yes. So while that's printing, we can turn that off. Add the hard case. We can do like we did last time. Select that as our face. Now we can paint on some supports. And the way I did this was this. That should do. That looks good. This inside edge. Gotten any of them to come out right? No, not yet. The closest one I had to come out right was the first one I did. I don't even know where it ended up now. That it was already in. And the problem with it, oh, it's in the case. This one was the first one I ever printed, and it was the closest thing I got to coming out right. But it started doing that same thing in the last few layers where it wasn't extruding enough filament, and so it's very airy almost. There's no, like, there's a lot of, like, it's not solid. So yeah, this one will be better, hopefully. It's looking good so far. I think I want this to taper in a little bit more. So we need to change this at a 0.25. See, and it won't let me go any more than 0.25. Wow. If I do, it goes all crazy. I might try that. What was that? 2.25? Dang, I won't do it now. That's weird. For some reason it gives an error like that. Hmm. Hmm. Really would like to go just a little further. Oh well, I guess I can't change it. It might be getting close to being done. Nope, it did the same damn thing. This is gonna tick me off. Don't know what to do to stop it. I guess what I can try is just flip it over onto the other side of the sheet. The other side of the sheet it sticks so good to that it'll it'll pull the surface off of it. But I don't know what else to do to get it to stick down good enough. Now this one's only got like 2 minutes left, so I'll just let it finish in case it fits. But I'm gonna have to flip it over, I guess. Really driving me nuts. I don't understand why it's not sticking. Set the bed temperature back to nothing. Yeah, it's gonna end up more narrow on that thing. Not as bad as last time, so it may work. I'll have to dig the supports off first. Yeah, we'll just print it right here. Yeah, we can even leave it right where it's at. All right, well, that's going. Let's see if we can make this one work. Words definitely came out, or coming out a lot easier than last one.
All right. Have a good night.
Might have to print a little ring to go around. Seven, five. And 1105. I don't want that to be full 3 mil. Well, maybe that's right. Sure. 2 minutes left. This is going to be where it's going to stick too well to the bed. All right. Didn't seem to warp off the bed at all. Some weird crap where it met the build plate. Whatever. Seems like that's just surface level stuff. Main chunk of supports.
think we're going to try printing this one more time. Like every damn time I try to print it, I have some different problem or issue.
All right, once that's done. Good. Fire off this guy.
seconds left here. And that's it. And that came out much better than the last one. Finally got one. Hallelujah. All right. Now, move that off the printer for. Now, doors have to be closed. And we need temperature. Whoops. All right. Preheating for ABS. And load in filament 2, P1. Load successful. Now we will root a little bit. Down there, make sure it's clean. All right. Head and home it while we're waiting for the temperature to come up. Check our slicer. Think. I think we want the want this. About 1 mil further. Now export this. ugly mug out of there. All right, we got the slide printed and a new little piece that I designed and threw together. And this little guy is just a little ring to go around this button if it'll fit. Not lose it. I'm going to use my desk surface here to sand down the surface. Clean this guy out a little bit. Man, if that fits, it's going to be a very tight fit. Oh, wow. Well, it fit. However, it looks like it didn't go down far enough. So, if I can get it to go down the rest of the way or take it back off. Not going down. See if we can even get it back off. May just damage it. Ooh. I'll just have to now. Now we got our new slide printed. I believe this is going to be heated up. All right, let's get it heated up, and then we'll get it switched over to I'll get it switched over to black. All right, that's one of the best fitting soft cases so far. Came out really well. Very nice. Little ring I put on the button keeps the button from getting all out of shape and allows it to go right in and out every time now. Looks like upside down it catches just a little bit. All right, looks like we're up to temperature, or close to it anyway. We can we can go ahead and load in filament 2, which is T1. Put it in. That reprinted slide, those stick out just a 1 millimeter further on each side, and makes it much easier to grip onto, like super easy. So I am liking that. Green here, and we can give this another shot. Actually, before we do that, I'm gonna get down there and check that. Good. Mr. Pints, how's it going? Morning. Only 12:30 in the just after midnight here. Um, well, pretty much got the whole thing prototyped into a functioning model, into a functioning prototype, really. Um, Here we can go back to cam one. Actually, here, do it this way. There we go. So, yeah, we got the hard case printed. We've got the soft case printed. I even had I noticed that when you take the metal band off the Nano X, this is also retaining that metal button inside there. So I also designed and printed tiny little ring to go around that button to help keep it flat, keep it from like teetering around all weird, because when that happens, it tends to not want to slide in all the way. It catches on the button. So we got that done. What's printing on right now is a taller hard case that comes where this is flush on the end here. So like a version 2, it's a little bit longer. Originally I had this sticking out like this, thinking I would use it to kind of grab it, but then I came up with that slide design, so kind of don't need it to stick out at all anymore. So we're going to get that flush. And then this was our first version of the actual slide. What I didn't like is when you were pinching on this, it would squeeze in a little bit around this. Like there's a little bit of give because it's rubber. And it would be almost flush with the body of the hard case when you try to slide. And so you'd kind of be gripping onto the hard case itself. So I went ahead and made the V2, the version 2 here, where it sticks out just 1 millimeter further on either side and makes it so much easier to slide it in and out now. You can grab onto that without pinching the whole case. So as soon as the print is done, we will have pretty much the final version, I think. The only thing we'll be lacking is any details we want to put on the outside of the hard or soft case. I think the part that became kind of the hardest to get
to get right was actually the soft case. And what's weird about it is I had to print it different from how I print my my SafePal stuff because it kept warping off the bed that I used for that one. So I had to switch it up a little bit. Finally got it to print out really well though. Yeah, would think so. And then I made it basically the way it's designed is you'll be able to put it in either direction if you want the charging port facing out so you can charge it while it's in there, or if you want to flip it around and have it all sealed off, then you can do that. And it's a little bit bulkier than the original Nano, but it's definitely a little more robust, a little more protected. Get my there we go. Get it kind of adjusted where you can actually see what it's doing. Yeah, I think once this is done, I'll have the final version for all parts, and from there, any modifications will just be for cosmetics and visual features. Funny how different it is from the original concept that I came up with in my head before I even started putting it down on in CAD. But it still has that that sliding, so interesting. In fact, charger. Well, we keep printing here. So this says, Slicer says that it was going to be about another hour and 11 minutes from this point forward. The printer itself is estimating an hour and a half from this point forward. The last time we printed this, you can see all the failed attempts on the freaking soft case. The estimate was 1 hour 16 minutes, and we completed in 1 hour 2 minutes. This one is a little bit taller, so my guess is it'll probably be about an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes, somewhere in there. And we're already 12 minutes in, so we got about another hour. Yep, it's all part of troubleshooting. Trial and error. I mean, but in the grand scheme of things, to be able to go from concept, not even like just a thought, really. It wasn't even a concept yet. It was just a thought in my head, to go from a thought to model to physical, like physical product in a matter of, we're almost at 11 hours now. By the time we're done, it'll be about 11 and a half, 12 hours. So in a matter of 12 hours to go from a concept in my head to something in my hand that's pretty wild to me. Yeah, these cases you can do anything you want. It's super easy. You just come in here to the model. Are you wanting it on the hard case or the soft case? This gives me just my center point here. Now we can go. Yeah, so like 4. That looks pretty good, I guess. Four. Okay, now we can turn those off. We can go to text. Put it right there, and it there. No. How you spell it? I'm awful with. Nope. EUM. They could do something like that. And we can go. Okay. Finish sketch. Click this. Extrude. I don't know if we want it to go into it a full mil. So we can go minus 0.5. And then if we're looking at that and we say, you know what? I don't think that's quite yep, you could always do color code, yep. Anyway, if we're like, oh, you know what? I feel like that font's just too small. We can come in, select it at a 5 mil. We can go 8, maybe 10. Yeah, there we go. And just like that, we didn't have to change anything. It automatically changed it for us. I'd still be looking at that saying, you know, that might be a little too deep as well. Instead of half, we can go 0.25. There we go. A little better. Oh, shit. My bad. I'm awful. Wow. I just showed you a bunch of cool stuff. Promise. Anyhow, yeah, I just added the text to it here. Basically, just this sketch right here. It basically I was just showing you that you can change it like this, hit finish, and it automatically changed that the actual inset of it. So yeah, there's a lot you can do, especially with font, with text. There's a million things you can do. I mean, I even have some sketches and stuff that I've done of
the actual Ethereum logo. So I could bring that in and do the symbol on there if you want. What's even more is I can now turn that off, turn this back on, select that, minus 2.5, and now I've got a 3D model of the letters sitting inside of it. So now I could also print that in multicolor. So here I can actually give you an idea of what this would look like. We can go export. We'll just call it ETH test. And we can bring Slicer up. Find ETH test, open it. Yes, it's a multiple colored object. And then we can select hard case, do that in black. And the rest of this can be done in blue. And then we want to stand it up on its end, just like the other one here. And slice. It might not like how thin those were. So let's go back here. Turn the hard case off. Actually, I can just hit this. We'll go back to that 0.5. And 0.5. And we'll export again. ETH test. Yes. Place it. And then we'll go back in. And we will reload from disk. Place. There we go. See, it was a little too thin at first. It didn't want to print it because of how small the feature was. So now it would switch colors every layer to print that. Oops. To print that embedded. And so when it's all said and done, this would technically be smooth. Yep, just like that. could sell it individual so they can get whatever they want. Technically, another way I could do it is have a snap-in design where there's like a slight recess. Rather than doing this. I'll just undo all that. We can go like this. Shoot. I want those to be there we go. Now that can actually be pulled in. Mill would probably be the limit if I remember right. Pretty thin wall there, so yeah, 1 mil would have to be the limit. But once in, basically now I have this little pocket here where you could have labels that you could just kind of snap in. And then I could just have some holes that go through there with like a little, like a snap basically. And then just design the plate to where it can snap in. Now our part's about to get out of view. Ugh. Sure if I'd even do it that way either though. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can really play with it and make it almost modular like that. See what the printer's saying. About 40 minutes left. Excuse me. Getting tired.
I will be right back. I am going to go check my other printer and make sure nothing crazy is happening with it. Should be pretty close to getting to the point where it splits. Price, probably on this one because of the two different parts. Well, there's actually going to be a total of 4 parts. I would probably charge $15 for this one. It's taken me probably 3 times longer to design this than it took to design the SafePal one. Yeah, there it goes. It's split it now for where the slider will go in. There is one thing I need to alter on here. This ring. Got it at 9.75. I might change that to 9.7. Yeah. Then we will export. Ring.
when I did the one that I did print, it was, oh, you know what? Forgot something else too. I went 2.8. That to 2.6. Export. Button ring. There we go. Yeah, it was just a little bit too tall and a little bit too tight. Goodness. And if I want to go, still thinking about this thing. Right now it's 11.5. I look at mine. How loose it is in there. $11.05. What did it actually come out to? $11.02. Go to like 11.08. Slightly larger. There we go. That should do it, I think. And it's already pretty good. A little more. It's like it was such a tight fit that now I can't hardly get it off again. And I don't want, if people are buying these, I don't want them to have to struggle to get them off. I want to be able to just grab it with some pliers or something and be able to get it to come back off relatively easily. There are not a lot of people want to be making permanent changes. There we go. I can kind of show it on screen what the button without that ring though. How good you can see how loose that button is in there. And because it really relies on that metal there to press it in and hold it in. I originally printed that in 0.07 millimeter layer heights. But I think I'll leave it at 0.2 mil heights now. Sure how it'll do with cooling though. We can give it a shot when this print's done. Only got about 21 minutes left. A little more height on it so you can actually see what it's doing. That one to full screen. Almost mesmerizing. Should be getting pretty close to where it's going to start bridging the gap for the top end of that. I always like to watch those kinds of feature changes where it starts to bridge it and then it finally bridges it all the way. It should be getting pretty close to doing that. And I remember back when I first started printing and just so many of the problems that I had, like to be able to just sit and watch something actually smoothly just print from the bottom up. It's so nice.
That channel's only 20 mil long. Like, could be getting dang close to bridging it. This printer right here that we're watching is it's a printer that I printed all the parts for. It's called a Voron. This one is specifically the 2.4, the Voron 2.4, and it's a 300 millimeter, the 300 millimeter variant. So basically, anything that you see that is like this black on the part here, the head here that's moving around, all that blue stuff is all printed. That blue stuff you see in the background is printed. Change the view a little bit. Like these blue and white parts here, those are all printed. That black chain is not printed. Those blue parts back there, white parts back there are printed. Blue parts back there. Down here on the bottom, all those blue and white parts are all printed. Certainly something you'd like to get into. Need Avantis to make you some money. Yeah. I mean, it's fun. I mean, when you can get to a point where you're like, I like those kinds of projects where you're making, like, just building. Like, to me, the fun part is building something. Sometimes it's not even the actual use of it. It's just the fact that I was able to build it. Like, I like building computers. I like building printers. Like, just the process of building is fun to me. So yeah, if you're into that kind of thing, you'd probably like to have like to build a Voron, as a lot of it's building, printing it and building it. I could get crypto to make me some money, I would retire and just do this kind of stuff full time. Yeah, so you'd probably, there it goes. It's finally bridging it there. You can see it tapering in a little. Yeah, if you like building things, then you'll definitely like the Voron. The only thing is the tedious part about building it is the tuning after the build. That can kind of be a big pain in the butt sometimes. And that's where the difference between building a printer and buying something like the Carbon, the Bambu Labs X1 Carbon. You just take it out of the box, set it up, plug it in, put some filament in it, and load the file into the slicer and hit print, and that's pretty much it. It's there's no calibrations, there's no settings, there's no, like, there's nothing. Like, you just plug in and go, really. So it's nice. I mean, if your ultimate goal is to just print stuff, then that's great. Great solution. But if you like to tinker and build and adjust and calibrate and fine tune, then something like a Voron would probably be pretty rewarding for you. Although I wouldn't recommend building a printer as your first printer, just because you you won't know the difference between build quality and something that just needs to be adjusted. And I mean, I say that, but really you can run into that even with an out of the box cheap Chinese made printer, because their quality can be pretty, or their QA can be pretty low at times. So you could run into the same challenges there, but for the most part, you shouldn't. So yeah. You would, well, so if technically you wouldn't necessarily have to, if you go on, like if you got serious about wanting to build one, Voron has a Discord, and they have a what they call the print it forward program, where people will basically, you just pay somebody the cost of filament, maybe a little bit extra for their time, very little though, and they print all the parts for you, in the filament of your choice, and then send it to you. So if you don't have a printer that's capable of printing the parts, that's not a hurdle. It's not a barrier, you can get past that. But like this Voron kit here, the kit that I used for this printer here, I just bought it on AliExpress, so it's not exactly the highest quality, but I had really no issues with it. I've done several upgrades to it. Like the nozzle, the hot end, the nozzle that's in there is a different one than what it came with. The whole assembly that's moving around right there has been changed out for their newer version, as what came with it was what they call the afterburner. This is the stealth burner. Probably really it is, like, I haven't done a whole lot of upgrades. That's pretty much it. Mainly been just dialing in settings, calibrating the filament itself, calibrating what they call pressure advance, which is a way of it to adjust the flow during movement so that as it's accelerating or decelerating, it's not over extruding or under extruding. There's input shaper, where it tests the resonant frequency of the printer itself when it's making extreme fast movements, and then it can compensate for that to eliminate ghosting on the surface, which works really well. It's funny because, like, I remember that my first printer, I would print at a stupid slow speed of like 50 millimeters per second, and I would have artifacts in the line, like in the surface of the whatever models of whatever it was I was printing, and that comes down to the way that the machine vibrates. Excuse me. Excuse me. It comes down to the way that the machine vibrates after, like, making a move from left to right and then immediately front to back. So like on a square corner. And basically what that is because it made a movement from left to right, and then immediately stopped, and then made a movement front to back, the whole machine was kind of still vibrating from that change in velocity, if you will. And so that's where you'd get a lot of that ghosting effect on the surface. from changing directions. And now it's basically you can calculate what that resonance is and plug it in, and the software will compensate for it, and you don't even get like just this nice, perfectly smooth surface. Now it's insane. And instead of like 50 mil per second, I can print at 200 mil per second with none of those artifacts now. It's just, like if you had told me like 2 years ago, 3 years ago that you'd be able to print at 200 mil per second at better quality than I was getting at the time, I'd be like, whatever. Got to be getting pretty close, says we got about 2.5 minutes left. Be exciting. Down to the last minute here. Two of these. Just so that I have a little bit of time on the layer. Very clean. Quartz up here.
came out very clean. Figured the way to install this side like this, slide it in. Like that. Nice and clean. Spread it out, pull it out. Nice. All right, we'll get those rings going. Preheat again. And we're going to be printing with filament number 3, E2. That loaded in. Quick wipe down. Camera down again. Send it off. And to be honest, that fit could be even just a little bit tighter, as you can kind of just shake it out, but still works. Pretty crazy how tight the tolerance is, but yet still pretty smooth and easy to move it in and out. Didn't even have that one lined up very well. Already almost done. Already is done, I should say. Didn't really need two of them, but I wanted to print just in case. Definitely a very tight fit. One thing I did last time. Lost it. Did just take my cutters here and just clean this up just a little bit. That one might be just a little bit too snug in the pocket. Might have to redo that. Dang it. Good thing that one's easy to print. We can go back to here.